Hello, welcome to my desk. Well, let's open this box. I haven't opened this gouache set for a while, and today I want to paint a Gustav Klimt inspired. Yes, I love that. Gustav Klimt inspired black cat. I cannot get enough of his black cats. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, it's an Art Nouveau artist called Gustav Klimt. And if you Google the word Gustav Klimt black cat, oh my god, you're gonna see like a bunch of oil paintings and beautiful wall art and things done inspired by his black cat using his very crazy Art Nouveau-ish backgrounds. And yeah, I can just keep browsing through all the images. I want to paint them all. I think most of them would be able to be painted in gouache since you can layer on top of a very dark color a fresh new one. Of course, acrylic would be like perfect, but I feel like, you know, playing with my gouache today. Hi, Tori. Well, I just have to put life into this palette. I haven't used this palette for quite a while, so I just squirted it with some water and then stirring it up with a palette knife. And if I haven't used my gouache palette for a while, this is like a quarterly maintenance of my art supplies that I have to do. It's the only art supplies I own that I need to check 4 or 5 times a year like this, because otherwise we guys know that it will dry up, right? Remember that palette over there? I brought it back to life. I think it's from 2017 or something. And then it was like totally dried up and it was like rattling around and it looked like there was like nothing left. And I was like this close to throw it out. And then I saw a YouTube upload about this guy who just took what it took, putting it in water, let it soak, next day come back and then just start chipping off the clumps of dried up gouache and then manage to within a day to bring it back to this creamy consistent just by using patience and water. So yeah, that's like the magical palette, because now look, it looks so full, like all the cups, it looks like it's so new, and I call it the magical palette because it looked spent and all used up, and then suddenly it just came back to life. Magic. Just like some guys in relationships thinks that they got like a magic table, they can load it up with tons of crap before they go to bed, like empty pizza boxes and whatnot. And then when they come home from work, magically it's all tidied up. But there's also guys out there who believe they have like magic laundry baskets and whatnot, kitchen sinks. No, but seriously, today I want to paint a Gustav Klimt inspired background based on the texture from his painting that's very famous called The Kiss. Yes, it's so true. The magical would like toilet paper roll holder where the toilet paper just grows out of the wall. The longer you pull, the more that comes out. But if you guys are familiar with Gustav Klimt, he's got that painting called The Kiss. And the background is these rectangles in an odd shape, some of them close together, like back to back, others further apart, but gives out this kind of pattern here. I would love to see that pattern in a yellow background, but with colors instead. Let me see in my ephemera box here if we have something with a cat on. I don't think so. No, this is all focused on his painting of the beautiful woman Anna and then the kiss. Yeah. Hi, Gail. So I think I want to paint in my Dina Wakely journal, the big one, because it's got like big pages, so I can really just spread out. Let me see how I can have the book here. This is the one. It doesn't come like this. I did this with beads. It comes with like a black it's a back. No, okay, I got Homer on the back. But it's that journal that got like 4 different kind of pages with no, not like what is this called? Oh, this burlap, and then something that's like watercolor paper, and then this linen, and then brown craft paper. What do we have a page like that? Okay, this is actually brown craft paper. So it comes with like these 4 kind of substrates, and it's kind of fun to have different kinds. I'm just gonna flip until I meet a page that's available. Let's see. Flipping. Maybe this right here. That would be a good choice because then I could have my palettes resting on this one here. So let me just organize. Okay, and I want the palettes in the camera so that the camera doesn't freak out of all that white paper. So I guess if I do like this and then maybe pull up a little bit. No, like this, and then is it a bit okay? Sorry for the fiddling. Okay, there, it's perfect right there, right? Okay, so let's get started. I'm gonna put tape on the edges. But today, working with gouache, you can just be like super messy because I can just clean it up with water, wipe off with a wet baby wipe. So it's not like if I'm playing with acrylic or something that will stain something forever, ever, that I need to be careful. Okay. Whoops. I think that's it. Okay, I think that I would like to have like a border here and a tiny one here. Yeah. I saw an image of some of the Gustav Klimt art where they had a fat border on one edge of the paper. So Hakuna Matata or Hakuna Potato. You're gonna use a ruler. Oh my god, is that looks so wonky? 31. Yeah, that was like really wonky. Oh my god, is she really erasing this? Yes, I am. Sorry. I thought I could eyeball it, but you know what? Foreshortening. It's crazy how foreshortening is making it so easy for you to just go wonky on something as simple as a straight line. Yeah, it was very little, but it was a skewer. Let's see, 92 feet in hell. Okay. Is this important? I don't think so. Guys, that's why I shouldn't sketch while I'm cut my camera on, because yeah, it's a little bit anal to watch. Okay. I don't do straight lines. I do artistically wonky ones. You- That's also cool. Well, I've promised myself that I would be more um, aware of my sketching part. I want to train myself to not do these fast sketches, but really take my time with the sketching part, because then maybe it will be a good habit. Who knows? I just really would love to be better at giving myself good sketches, because it gives a good starting point. Too many times I have had to fix something while I have to paint colors on it, and it's just annoying. Well, the background for what I'm working with should be yellow, but I don't just want yellow in one color. So I think I'm just gonna sporadically mix it up with the three kinds of yellow that I got in this gouache palette, just so it becomes a little bit, yeah, kind of different. I squirted water on my page. Normally, that's the best way that I like to work. Like putting water on my brush makes sometimes my brush be too wet. So having a damped page for this kind of background coverage is what I like to work with the most. Okay, I think we're almost there. I'm just going for like a thin coat because I'm streaming, so it will dry faster and we can move on, quicker. So, okay, we're almost there. And maybe like really a yellow corner down here. Okay, that wasn't so bad, but it doesn't look like much on screen. Hello, Rhonda. Let's see. Sorry, I've been missing your live. Summer is yeah, summer is so busy. You're at the zoo now and have to watch the replay. Oh, have a nice trip to the zoo. Oh my God, did you guys hear about that the lion history in Berlin? It was like, I think it was like yesterday they announced that in Germany, I think was it Berlin, I don't know, but in Germany, this private person spotted a lion, and they were like freaking out because there was like a lion loose in an ordinary neighborhood, and then they had a register of 23 lions in that region, and all of them was accounted for. And then they realized that the region was a place where people were allowed actually to have wild animals like a lion without asking for a permit for it. So it could actually be like a private person who owned a real lion in their home, and that it was loose. So for like almost 48 hours, people in that area was told by the police to don't go outside and please don't walk your pets. Hi, Amber. And then there was this short video clip of the lion who just happened to kill a wild boar, and then just eating it. And then they had this interview with this resident in that town, and he was so cool about it. He was like, yeah, look at all that commotion on my street today. So Not only like the daily cops, the freaks on the street, and the loose boars, wild boars running around in my neighborhood. I have to add a lion on top of all that, but I'm cool with it. It won't eat something like me because I'm old and dried up meat, and I just fear for my small dogs, you know. They just brought that into you on the telly, and then they switched to the next thing they want to talk about in the news. But I was like, oh my God, that is just the strangest thing I've ever heard. So when I woke up this morning, I was like, I have to catch up on that wild lion news because it was just so crazy. Who the hell have a lion as a pet? But then the news changed and they said, no, it wasn't a lion. It was just a gigantic, big wild boar. And they don't have any explanation about that footage they showed yesterday with a boar eating a boar. You know, it wasn't a lion eating that boar. So I still have questions, you know. I still have questions. I've never heard a boar eating a pig. I mean, I don't think that there are you know, cannibals like that. So I still think that the news reporters owe me an explanation to what is loose in Germany right now. But hopefully there will be like a follow up this weekend. Yeah, wild boars. Oh my god! And especially if they have babies, they can really be. Yeah. Um, I have no idea if it's with an A or not. I just know that Asterix and Obelix are eating them. Hi, CP. So, but isn't it crazy that such a freaked out, angry animal is just running in the wild in German forests? Oh my god, pigs will eat meat if they are hungry enough, even their own. Okay, that's kind of scary. Okay, I should actually sketch in the cat, I think, because otherwise I would do a lot of mark making and it would be covered up anyway when I paint the cat on top of it. So I think I'm just gonna give it a quick heat gun treatment. So cover your ears. Oh, kind of helps if you plug it in, right? Okay, I gotta say, the worst part about this journal is that once you get these pages soaked in water, they are just soaked in water and stay moist for such a long time. I don't know what they're made out of, but there must be some kind of shredded t-shirts or something in this pulp. Let me see. CB says that they will eat even humans if they're hungry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Isn't that, the old gangster way how to get rid of a body is that you starve a bunch of pigs for 14 days and then you throw in the fresh body, and then because they're so hungry, they eat the bones as well. So there's like nothing left because they starved. So don't, don't you just love the random facts of uh, info you can get from this channel? Okay, the fact that I know it's 14 days. Okay. Oh my god. Then I'm happy that I didn't add what I wanted to add, which was that it's much easier than putting the body into one of those. And I don't even know what's it called in English, but it's the thing that you use for chopping up wood to make uh oh my god. I should Google it. Let me see if I can hit the Google Translate. En fleecehakker. Oh, it's called a wood chipper. But that's just too messy, right? That is just like what a mess. Okay, I need to sketch and I need to be smart because this is moist paper. So having like a very pointy point will just poke the paper and make like a fat line. So what can I sketch with? Hmm. Okay, I can do it like very lightly. Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking that I want a black cat, just face front, and then if I was like really clever, I could use the black center of the cat's body to doodle on. Couldn't that be awesome if that was possible? Okay, then I just made a gigantic ear right there. I hope. Okay, the good thing about working with gouache is that hopefully you can just erase it with water. There you go. It's gone. And then we have like a round head, maybe? Like fluffy. I want the cat to sit down. And I have seen some wall art with the Gustav Klimt where the cat is just sitting like this. And now you know what? Gustav Klimt is like, they call him an Art Nouveau artist. So this just reminds me of that black cat in a French cafe poster, from the Art Nouveau, um, father famous poster from a French cafe with that black cat. Okay, suddenly I'm really quiet because it could be cool if the eyes were somewhat symmetric. Like this, maybe. This one is a little bit wonkier. Okay, if I could get like a tail curled right here, that could be so cool. Okay, this is basically the shape of the cat. Not sure how detailed I should get with the head itself, but this is what I'm working with. Let's see. That reminds me, Gail says, that reminds me of the 16-year-old who recently got pulled into some machine at a meat processing plant and was grounded up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, that is horrible. And can you imagine how fast it goes? Like, you know, oh, he was cleaning the machines. That's just so horrible. Yeah, it is surprisingly that the machine was even kind of plugged in while they're cleaning it. I mean, even when I clean my food processor, I pull it from the electric plug-in in the wall just to be damn sure that there's not some surprising leftover electricity in the cord. I don't know why there should be like that. Just like I'd pull out the plug from my heat gun whenever I've used it because I don't know, I just don't trust electricity. Oh, that is so scary. That is so scary. Okay, I was thinking, the generic background color for the kiss is like gray, brown, raw sienna, yellow. That's a little bit, uh, yeah, let's spice it up with some bright colors. I'm in for that. And it probably will just totally ruin the outcome look of a Klimt, but I don't care. This is my Klimt inspired piece right here. So I just want to pull in some different colors. Oh, like that blue. And then, oh my God. What I love about gouache in these cups here is that you don't have to squeeze it out from a tube. I think it's more inspiring than having a bunch of tubes lying in front of me, because it's also opened up. So I may need to restrain myself and not add every color into the background. Maybe I should be smart and then just get some of the brown tones in just to establish that Klimt feeling to the piece. I'm using a flat brush, um, so it's easy for me to get those rectangle long shapes just with a couple of strokes. I like this. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do so many of these in my life because it's like I like to swatch color, right? Is that an unlocked secret already? And I think a kind of I don't want to call it a time waster because I definitely think that it's time well spent. But a good excuse for just two swatch lines could be working on a page spread like this. My son is not home today. He's in the movies watching the new Barbie movie that's been released. I mean, there are so many awesome films out there that they could pick, but they picked Barbie. I can't believe it. There's like Oppenheimer, there's Napoleon with Ridley Scott. There is like maybe I don't know if John Wick number 4 is out yet, but of all the movies, and it's so expensive to go to the movies today. So of all the movies, they're choosing Barbie. And I was thinking about, I wonder if Didi is going to watch the new Barbie movie. Hi Safria, welcome to my desk. Oh my God, now we have 5 people. Did you guys know that my channel have a birthday? I opened up a couple of days ago, and then it said, "Congratulations, your YouTube channel have a birthday." So apparently, it's 10 years ago that I decided to turn on a camera, and those 10 years has just flown by like crazy. Like a body through a wood chipper. I mean, just so fast. I can't believe that 10 years has gone so fast. Okay, soon I should start getting some restriction on putting on more new colors. I'm gonna select one more new color and then I'm not allowed to put any more new colors in because otherwise it will just be too much. Yeah, happy 10 years. But I have not streamed like every 10 years. Like it's because you need a channel to be able to comment. So I think for a long time I was you know, just having the channel to be able to say hi and chat and stuff. Okay, no more new colors. It looks like it's very dark when I look at the screen, and then when I look at my desk, that's kind of odd because it is like bright sunny day. Maybe that helped a little bit. Okay, now what? Now I think that I should come in with some tiny stripes. Oh man, this is where it could be so cool if I had something like a reference photo. Um, let's see. Gail started watching YouTube about 2013. Yeah, I think me too. But I streamed with you guys right the last year that we were on Ustream, and I still have a shortcut on my browser menu to my Ustream account. Talk about being lazy. It's been there for a long time now. Um, haven't even removed it. Okay, now I'm suddenly thinking I want to continue with these small narrow stripes because in lack of having an inner picture of what the heck I'm doing, I'm thinking, oh man, I just need a reference photo. Can you feel that? Let me pick up my box one more time. What does he do? Okay, see, he's also got like fat squares, small squares, big squares. Okay, we can do that. I think my squares are too generic in shape, so let's fatten up some of these. This is going to be covered by the ear of the cat. Okay, and maybe that one also. Amber have been watching YouTube since 2017. Oh my God. You know what, Amber? That was a good year. For me, 2017 will always be that frantic shopping era that I jumped into. I just discovered this mixed media rabbit hole and then started with no supply, nothing, and then very fast, I just grew a whole room full of just crap and stuff. And I have like no regret on any of the things that I bought. But that was a fun era. And I remember 2017 and 2018 as the years where I wanted to focus on watercolor and that it became my passion. And that was exactly that year where they came out with all these fun palette, like convenient. What it's not. What? How would you describe it? Novelty palettes. Like and they were kind of inexpensive compared to having to buy colors from your local art supplies, and suddenly you can get like a crafters budget friendly fun palettes. It was so good. And it was like every week I craved a product. I don't have that same craving now. I think maybe it's because I am content with my stash. I don't know. I just remember 2018 as being that year where there was a legit craving for something really new that you have never seen before. Hi, Kathy Arbor. Oh, it's okay. I know that you're gardening. I missed your stream yesterday, Kathy, because I was asleep. So I will have to watch the recorded. Okay, now I want to just come in with some yellow stripes here. Same, Lena. I started watching Bab Owen because I bought Spirograph, oh, that round thing, and was searching videos and I liked her. So I looked at her channel and then boom, I saw a whole new world of art I've never seen. Yeah, it was just mesmerizing. I will always recall that era as, that eye opening, you know, just also the fact that people at my level was active on YouTube was really an eye opener because I thought for some reason that YouTube was a different kind of media. So it was such a delight feeling to bump into the Fips and realize that hey, there's like-minded freaks out there. So it was a joy. Okay, I'm thinking I should connect some of these, maybe overlap them without adding new colors. It's already not looking Klimt look-alike. I already lost that Klimt feeling. So could it be that it just need some overlapping? Let me try just overlap one of these. Look how effortless less it is with gouache. I mean, it's so opaque that you can just go on top. Okay, of course you can have like issues where you pick up even what's underneath and get it messy like that. But then you just have to let it dry and then go on top of that one. I'm thinking circles. I could try and do some should it be black? Why not blue? Why not? Okay, I'm gonna do this light blue right here. I think I want to try and stamp circles with this. There used to be a ton of labels on this holder right here because I use it for work for the address labels on our packaging. So it basically it's like a toilet roll, an empty toilet roll, but it's so sturdy that I kept it. Oh, I like that. Okay, punching circles. Duh. Could it be easier to dip it? No, it's just a smidgen too fat. Seems to be the keyword of my life at the moment. When I'm trying on clothes from my closet, it's like almost there, but then not. Yeah, I like that. I should only do like blue circles because otherwise I would overdo this. It's so easy for me to just go bonkers with this and overwork it. Okay, the rule of three. You got like three circles right there. Let's give that a rest. I'm thinking that maybe it just got that painterly look, like brushstroke look. Maybe I can ease that up somehow. Uh, Let me get in more of this yellow. It seems to help. Okay, more of this. The yellow is super transparent, so maybe that will give like a fun expression. There's something missing right there. Maybe something red. Hi, Janet. We're doing a Klimt inspired black cat because, oh my god, if you guys Google Gustav Klimt black cat, you will see a bunch of delicious paintings coming up with this black cat as a focal motif, and then all sorts of wonderful abstract flowers around the cat, even some gold doodling. I mean, the universe is just so yummy and it looks doable. I mean, I have not yet seen a black cat painting done by Gustav Klimt that I didn't feel like, oh my god, I have to paint today and it have to be that cat. So it's just so cool to have these in your backhand for those days where you kind of feel that I don't know if I can be creative today. Okay, I want to try to loosen it up. I don't like that it's so streaky or like brush stroke-ish. So I think I'm gonna do something that I might regret, but you never know. Okay, I'm gonna moisten it and then I'm gonna irritate it by tapping. I'm just gonna test here. Oh yes, good decision. If I disturb it by tapping with a dry hawk's hair brush that's stiff, I can get that maybe it's difficult to see for you guys, but I get somewhat fuzzy edge, so I don't have that. Can you see got like a soft edge right there? That's likable. I guess that's what's bothering me is that there are too many hard edges. So softening them up. Okay, it also looks like it's gonna be best if I can stay in the same color hue somewhat. So I'm just gonna wash my brush, rinse my brush in between the colors. Yeah, he must have had a black cat. I think so too. Or does I'm just thinking that this black cat reminds me of a poster from a Parisian Art Nouveau cafe where you see that let noir black cat, you know. It's just so very Art Nouveau-ish. So I think maybe he just thought that it was somehow the signature beast for the whole era. I don't know. You know what? We always think that these guys who have pushed their name up to being famous in art that they know what they're doing, and but hey, maybe they were just like you and me, just following a trend, sometimes drinking of the same Kool-Aid as the rest of their art buddies. you know I'm just thinking out loud. I think it helped a lot, but it still looks a little bit crazy. I wonder if I need some white to push it back, like in bigger circles. So I think I'm gonna dry it as much as I can just to set the surface, and then come with some big white circles to kind of calm it down. It needs to be calmed down. It is incredible. This paper from this journal just hold the water like, I don't know, like it's its last thing to do in life. Lena, has the rain stopped? Yes, it has. Or no? Yes and no. They still promised more rain to come this weekend. We had a drought that lasted, I think, about 3 weeks, and then came the wettest summer ever we ever have had. Um, a bunch of rain every single day, and it's like not like just a cute little rainy. No, it's like really a lot of rain in a lot of short time, so it clogs up the drainage and creates puddles, and it comes down so fast that the earth and soil can't absorb it. And then to begin with, that first week the soil was so dried up that it looked like the rain just propelled off the ground. I don't know, it sounds strange. I know, when something is like really dry, why can't it get soaked? Oh, that's a nice circle. I like that, it's so wonky. um yeah, and you guys know I got this project going on where I don't mow my lawn because I want to give my tiny little contribution to diversity when it comes to insects. Let's call it that, and not something that's like laziness. Like how can you get past as a garden owner? The laziest way through a summer is to team up with this eco-friendly quest. No, for real, we really would like to, if we can support the butterflies and make them come back in that kind of regards, we don't mind having a really crazy looking lawn. But I have to say that it doesn't look that bad. I mean, yeah, it's not like a wilderness, like it's wild out there. How can I explain it? Because the drought was there in the growth season, the first set of grass didn't really get that tall, so it never really caught on to its growth. Okay, I'm just sitting next to my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got an uneven amount. I'm sitting next to my garden. Let me just take a picture with my mobile phone, and you can see how calm down my lawn is, considering that I did not mow it yet. So, just a second. Okay, I'm back. It's just so easier to show a picture instead of explaining it. On my way out in the garden, I bumped into her lying on the table, just like, "Don't worry, mom, I got this." She's like the watchdog. Yeah, this is how the lawn looks right now. Isn't it crazy? Like, I haven't mowed it since May, and the only tallest thing I have is this. I don't even know what it is, but it's quite tall. So I am impressed over how yeah, I got a lot of weed in the grass too. So, but I can't explain it. It's just crazy because normally on a summer this far into summer, we would have had like crazy tall grass, right? It would be like really high. But what do I know? We are not used to this project. We have only, this is our second year into this project. So we don't really know how it's supposed to look. uh, no, I never gave up on the lawn project. I did pluck all the dandelion flowers that came because otherwise next year my lawn will be all yellow. It would be a beta to, I don't know. I just think that that yellow flower would take over the whole lawn. Okay, let me block in this black panel on the side, and then maybe you can see where I want to go with this gouache project right here. Okay, I dipped my brush into water, so that's why it is so wet right now. Normally I don't like to dip my brush when I'm working with gouache because it just picks up too much liquid. But for this, it might actually be a good idea. And hooray, Hakuna Potato for using a ruler because I can't even paint straight. So imagine if I gave myself a wonky line to start with. Yeah, I have just I've been drawing and painting for, I guess I can brag and say, about 5 years, right? And first now I have realized the importance of having a good starting point, which means the sketch. The sketch. Can you say that in French? Like le sketch. I find that my paintings becomes more beautiful if I concentrate on giving myself the best starting point with a sketch that I really put sweat into. So I think that even on paintings like this, I should just make it a habit to grab a ruler if I need a straight line, grab a tool to give myself a circle instead of, MacGyvering my own circle. So I'm trying to promise myself to use more tools because yeah, it's just, and I may not even stick to this promise 5 months down the road, but at the moment, I'm thinking like that. Oh man, this is just so satisfying, just having to block in a huge area with just one color. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like if you want to paint but you don't want to invent the wheel or do a Da Vinci, I don't know what you're aiming for when you're painting. These sorts of page spreads are just so yummy to make on days where you don't feel fully motivated to do something really drastic. Yeah, tools are awesome. You're right, Janet. I have really neglected using circle shaped tools, rulers. I can look back on some of my past paintings. The painting itself looks okay, but did I have to mess up the horizon line? Apparently. And now it's just annoying for me because I know how easy it would have been to just been grabbing a T ruler and get that line work straight. But no, no, it had to be done in a hurry. So I got several landscapes paintings where the horizon is totally wonky, and it kind of shows up. I can't describe how annoying it is. Let's say one of you guys painted that painting, I probably wouldn't have noticed, I would focus on something else. But as soon as it's your own work, it's like your eyes are looking for things to improve or s- yeah, it's, I can't really explain it, but it just feels like yeah, it feels like that. So okay, now I'm thinking I should come in with some gold. Yeah, Klimt and gold is just goes hand in hand. Klimt's dad was a goldsmithy, so he probably grew up watching his dad working in his tool shred in his bitch barn, his golden bitch barn. Can you imagine? And then got inspired to use a ton of gold in his paintings. Yeah, we are our own worst critics. Yeah, but I'm being better at accepting my earlier work and not looking for errors, because now I'm just grateful for the journey. Like, I can just imagine how things are different now. 5 years down the road, when you got all the tools, you've been around the backyard. You've seen what a lot of things. It's very rare now that a tutorial comes up on YouTube and you're just excited and like, oh man, I'm gonna try that. But I had that excitement a lot when I just started out. So when I look at my really early work, I can recall that excitement of seeing something like a tutorial from Lindsay the Frugal Crafter, her birch trees, and I was like, oh, I gotta try it. I couldn't wait finishing my work and then just create time to work on a painting. I don't really feel that crazy now for some reason. It's like I don't know. I don't know. There is just a difference. I also remember back then we all tried the same thing. So if one of the streamers was showing a new technique, then all of us tried it out. I don't see us doing that in the same extent now as compared to just a couple of years ago. And I really miss those. I would call them like streaming painting alongs. Yeah. Should I come with an example? Hi, Brenda. An example. Okay, the acrylic barn critters. I remember we were a bunch of people who was making animals in acrylic, and it was just fun. And then you could see back then it was mostly Twitter. You could see all people posting their Twitter version of that stream. It was fun. Oh yeah, and the pierced apple. Remember Kathy Arbor? She showed us how to first jelly plate a lot of papers, and then we had to use them to create a pieced apple. And we were like I want to say 10 people or something, like jelly printing the week before, prepping for it. And it was just like, you could say like an online class session where we all were just trying the same. Yeah, Brenda, you made a cow. Yes. It was so funny. And I remember that we named our pets, like if we draw a pig, we would call it something. So it was fun. Oh, Didi had you painting carrots and using a fan brush. Oh, I think I missed that one. So the thing about Didi is that she streams while I work. So in the beginning, the first many years, I didn't watch YouTube while I was working because I wasn't near a computer. But then after, I don't know even why, but then suddenly I shift um, work. I'm not doing the same, I want to say. That's what I want to express. As I did 5 years ago. So now I actually sit with an access to a computer while I'm working. So now I have the opportunity to lurk and work, but it can be a multitask situation that can be gone wrong. It's one of those, you had one job. So yes, I have been putting on the wrong address label on the wrong parcels because I was watching a stream. I'm not proud to admit that, but it had happened. Oh yeah. So this is acrylic, and I just put it on top of this because that's the most like golden gold paint that I can think of, and I want to do like swirls. So So I'm just gonna start swirling. Sometimes it's easier to swirl with a narrow brush. So let me just switch brush. That was a little fat tip for an elegant swirl. Okay, a smaller brush. Mm, let me see. This one maybe? Yeah, that looks nice. It's very small, so it's cool. Okay, I like to start with the swirl itself, like that inner curl, because then I don't have to meet up with a stem nearby, and I can make the swirl as broad as possible. I mean, compared to if I went like this. Now I'm doing it the other way. You can't see. If I went like this and had to swirl out, I might be giving myself less space. I don't know. It just works best for me to do the swirl and then just aim for the stem. Yeah, it really didn't make any sense. I think I need like a double coat. It's like oh, I think I know what it is. I wet my brush before I dipped it into this paint, so the paint is not so opaque. Or maybe it's just the nature of the paint. I don't know. I should just go with it. Yeah, now I tried that. It's just not working. Yeah, it's not like the goldest gold paint from the stash, but it's kind of doing the job. I think I should have like more swirly swirls. I'm just gonna try and buff it up with random swirls here and there. Yeah, maybe just by doing some circular motions, like that, maybe. Oh, we got some wet gouache up here. I can see. Yeah, we got wet gouache. So I should be a little bit careful here. Yeah, okay, over here, let's say that the swirl got the same size as these. They would probably just show up like this, you know, like a stroke here and there. Okay, why am I quiet? It's like I'm super concentrating. It's only swirls. I'm sorry, I'm not even looking at chat. Hi, Colleen. Welcome to my desk. Welcome on my desk. I am trying a Gustav Klimt black cat. I am really infatuated about all the artwork you can Google if you put in the word Gustav Klimt black cat, and then just look at images. I mean, they are so beautiful. I can't even pick one, like one favorite. I just want to do them all. But I think what speaks to me is that it looks so relaxed. Um, like the process looks so doable in a way. I missed your stream when it was live, and then I went to watch the recorded, and you had deleted it, Colleen. So I totally missed what was going on your channel, and it's because we're watching Tour de France. So I'm not really having my regular schedule live. Okay, I got this metallic blue acrylic. It was just next to my gold tube. So I'm thinking, what if I give myself some metallic blue dots here and there? Ooh, maybe I can do like 3 dots on each curve. So there is something symmetric, repeating pattern. Okay, I'm just gonna try. Uh, yeah, that's a good idea to have that repeating, so it doesn't become like just crazy random thing. Because over here it would help me to get a little bit of structure on this crazy. It's a very narrow border that I gave myself over here. Okay, enough. Uh, okay, that's it. I like it. Uh, let's see. I keep getting an error messenger when I try to type anything into chat. Oh, that's strange. I wonder if it's something that I can fix. I don't think so. Yeah, don't you just love it, Gail? It's just like putting in chat. Nobody can read what I write, and then everybody can read, that one sentence, but not the 10 you did before. um, yeah, I got like very limited tool with this. Okay, we need to do the cat now, and it's luckily going to be in black. So more about this. Just blocking in colors, but should I just work on the eyes? Yes, I should. I think I want to work on the eyes before I put in the black color of the cat, because then I could get like really messy with my line work. So I can just paint over with black what I gave too much paint. Okay, I definitely want to go for not like a realistic, because I can't draw a realistic cat. I just want to go for a whimsical cat, and then I want to doodle inside the tummy of the cat. Maybe doodling some of the Gustav Klimt fantasy flowers. Okay, we got that pink. Oh, Women's World Cup got your attention? Oh man, they're starting up VM. What is that called? The World Championship. I don't know what it's called in a lot of sport. I watch too much Tour de France from the couch. I mean, I need to change my the way that I've been watching TV this summer. It's so unhealthy for me. Oh my god, oh my god. I eat so much crap. I eat like a pig when I'm watching Tour de France, and it's become like, I don't know. I shouldn't even be bragging about it. It's just a super bad habit. So I flipped my diet upside down, so it's all topsy turvy. I feel I'm craving sugar now when I get tired. And before Tour de France, I was okay, you know. I was just not eating a lot of sugar or white bread or anything. Um, but it's such a paradox to sit and watch 160 men fighting and sweating and struggling to bicycle 200 kilometers, and my only relief mentally is to reach out and pick another slice of cake. It's just, what's wrong with me? I don't know. And then when I get excited, and there is a lot to get excited about, I just automatically eat chips like this and don't even realize when I'm eating the last chip of the bag. And normally I'm the kind of person who wants to celebrate that this, I want to know when I'm emptying the bag of chips. Like, I want to know this is the last chip, so enjoy it. So there's something wrong with me. Okay, I want to give the cat these turquoise eyes here because I just like the color. So now let's see if I can apply it smoothly without having to put too much water. I don't want to go too watery because then it would lift up the yellow that's underneath. That's the only irritating thing about gouache is it's liftable. So if you don't want it to lift up what's underneath, you have to go in thick with a thick application and not mess with it. So it's going to be like one of those one stroke applications. Hmm. Maybe this, I'm just thinking, maybe I could have like a different color right before that black stripe of the iris. I could maybe have this lighter green just to see how it looks. Okay, I'm not sure that was a good idea. Because I'm thinking it should be like almond shape, but the okay, and then the black stripe. Whoops. Oh, did you hear that noise? It's my cat. Okay, it's because as it gets, I'm like really holding my breath because it's wet gouache still, so it's kind of stupid that I don't wait for it to dry up. But apparently, I just want it in one coating. How about this? Yeah, that's a cute kitty. That's a cute kitty. Okay, now I can turn it into like a black chalkboard from where I can do doodles on. I'm so out of loop with chat. Let me see if I missed something. If anybody got a question? I crave sugar so bad when I'm tired. Me too, Colleen. And you know what? The worst thing is that we were watching this Tour de France, and then I didn't have a lunch because it starts at noon, and I'm waking up. Actually, we wake up 6 o'clock. We are at work. Around 6:30, we are working, and that's like hours before we normally do. And I cannot eat breakfast that early. That I don't know what's wrong with me. So I'm sitting there and have skipped my lunch, skipped my breakfast, and then you put a bag of chips or like ice cream or something in front of me, and then I just start eating. And then because it's so sugary, it's like I don't really am hungry when it's dinner time. I do get out and make the dinner, but I don't eat that much dinner. And then what happened is that I do late night snacks, and that's just never really good food choices, like when you're standing there like 9, 8 o'clock in the evening, just want to grab something light. Oh man, it's been like that for 3 or 4 weeks. So it's like I just adapted into this new thing of, you know, rotten food behavior. But I think I read somewhere that it takes 30 days to change a bad habit. And I think it was in conjunction of if you want to quit smoking or start running, or, if you want to do some big changes, it could take up to 30 days for your brain to catch up and realize that this is the new daily day. So you stop thinking about, or your body just adjusts, adapt. So I'm kind of afraid to say that I have crossed that 30-day time span. So, but oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad. And I also blame it on the weather because it's been so rainy for the past 3 weeks. So I don't even feel that I'm wasting a good summer just being inside. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm really just confessing in front of all of you. Okay, I got a tail down here, a twirly tail. So maybe I should switch to a smaller brush so I can control that tip of the tail. But oh my god, these Klimt cats, they are so cute. Oh no, I have a string of paint. Now I'm doing this with the gouache, and I don't have many. Actually, I don't have any shimmer glitter colors in gouache. But I'm sitting here right now thinking that, oh, it could be so cute with the gold and shimmer and, just go crazy. So let's say that I had used I don't know, the only gold paint I have is that Paul Rubens watercolor set. Okay, I should have done this on a black watercolor paper, and then I didn't need to paint in the black. Can you follow my crazy brain? So what I would have left is black watercolor paper that I could have used all my metallic watercolors on. Yeah, can you just tell that I'm gonna do this one more time? Now, I just gave myself an idea to A, use my black watercolor, B, go nuts with shimmery paint. Both of them items that I used way too seldom. but really love to have in my stash. Hi, Barbara Chicken Pot Pie. Bye, Gail. Okay, what to do about the face? I think I should just cover it. So it would just be like the eyes and the nose peeking out. That would be cute. Because if I start having to do the body, like showing the chin, then I would also have to show the cheeks, and suddenly it turns into a too detailed drawing. So I'm just gonna make the whole face one color and not distinguish between how the light would hit the fur. Oh, I'm not even gonna make fur. So okay, I think I need that small brush for the eye area. Black watercolor paper would be awesome with pastels too. Oh, yeah. I have two blocks. One is somewhat of a bigger sheet of black paper, and it is watercolor paper. And then I got this tiny block for mixed media. So you could say that it's just black cardstock. But both of them I bought, I think it's more than 6 months ago, but haven't really found that. Hmm, it's not a color paper that I gravitate to whenever I think about I want to do something. It's very rare that I find something that where it comes to my mind that, oh, it could be cool on a black surface. I have to admit also that I know that the shimmer watercolor change their look when they're on a black background compared to when you swatch them, for instance, on a white piece of paper. And I not really uh, freshen up in my memory which one of them gets a funky, fun tone when it's on black paper. So just for that reason alone, it could be cool to revisit that palette. Oh shoot, I covered up some of the nose. Yeah, I know there's something wrong with that nose. I accidentally hit it. I'm just gonna wait for the black to dry out before I start fixing that cute pink nose. Okay, here we go. It's very easy to do spots as soon as you get the eye lined up. Okay, holding my breath because now I need to do these. The ears. Okay, once again. I must have like the worst attention span. It's like I can't even do this without holding my breath. Okay, almost there. Almost there. Cutie cutie. Now would be the time where you could like if you wanted some furry strokes, like some some dry brushed strokes to indicate that it's fur. I think now would be the time to put in those, but I don't want to. I'm looking in the camera and I actually like the way he looks, like totally just dark. Like, I just like it. So I'm not gonna. Okay, maybe up here on the ear, uh, like flickering, so it looks like hair or something. Yeah, that's it. No more details. Oh, thank you, Tori. Um, a few weeks ago, Klimt's Lady with a Fan was auctioned off and bought for $108 million. Oh my god. You know what? It's just so sad that when artists die, they never see their artwork hit crazy prices like that. That would be like a dream come true if he was alive. Oh my god. Let's say you bought a painting like that. Would you even dare having it hung on a wall in your residence where you live? I mean, as soon as you keep it inside your home, I bet your insurance company comes with a bill on your new policy. So, it's just a risk. Yeah, if I had that kind of money for art, let's just say if I had that kind of money, period, I'm not even sure that I would put it all in one basket and buy 5 paintings and that's it. I would rather that my money lasted so long that I could totally redecorate uh, by using like prints and posters. I don't feel that I have a craving for that original piece. So I wouldn't even mind getting prints and stuff. I wouldn't be like an art investor, I think. I would more be like an art splurger when it comes to locations. Like, I want to visit those vineyards where this and this painter sat and painted this famous view, or go to the places where they lived and see that real pond that Monet he was painting from. His reference photo. That could be a fun way to still do something art wise. Yeah, I would be a special art insurance, that's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna hit this with a heat gun to get that black totally dried up before I come on top of it, because the top layers, I want them to be bright and not picking up some of the dark underpainting. I think I'm getting tricked a little bit. There is this gouache that looks shiny even though that it's dry, but I think the shiny means that it's wet. Can you see how it's shiny, but it's totally dry? So I kind of play tricks with my mind also here. on the chest area, I must have put on such a thick layer because it is completely dry, but it looks wet. Okay, now for the flowers. Of course, I want like bright. So I'm gonna dip into this orange. I think I don't want to like make real flowers. I'm just gonna make these. Ooh, I'm stepping back. I promised myself not to do all those wonky things. Okay, I'm gonna punch in some round shapes, and they are going to be like the template first. Let's try that. Let's try that approach. Because then I can use this punched round perfect shape as a crutch when I have to freehand circles around it. But if the starting point is somewhat round, then I think my flowers have a better starting point. Okay, we want an orange one to start here, for instance. There's an orange. Okay, and then a yellow center. Ah, look, if I forget to soak up the water from my rinsed brush, the gouache just becomes diluted like wet watercolor. Maybe some of this dry gouache over here can save it. We could take up like a real. Oh man, I am now messing it up. Now I have I lifted up the background. Okay, one more time, one more time. Rinse off my brush. Remember to dry it. And then come in. Yeah, it's much easier for me to try and draw that circle shape because I can lean on the guideline from the, the stamped shape. Does it matter? I don't know. Maybe. Okay, that was one flower. I think I need at least two more. I'm simply just gonna build up the color. So now I got like orange, so I can put on red, and it wouldn't matter if the orange become a part of the stamped circle. Oh man, this is not a tutorial. Just if anyone was in doubt, it's probably some gouache users. So I was like, no, what are you doing? But I'm just having fun. An art vacation, yes, that's right, Amber. That could be so funny. Speak about traveling and doing art. Did anyone see about the Lindsay, the frugal crafters, is having a course in France, like a watercolor course? Was it like 5 days or something? I think it was $3,000, maybe $3,600. For that money, it should be more than 6 days. So maybe it was a week. I don't know. Oh, you want to try that? Oh, do, Colleen. It's so fun to do this. Before you do so, Colleen, just go on Google and write Gustav Klimt Black Cat. And then you can see a lot of inspiring photos of paintings and whatnot. And I feel that you can just mix and match. You know, if you like the cat from one painting, it's so easy to just choose that cat for your painting, and then if you love something about another painting's background, then you can just mix and match. Okay, couldn't it be fun if the this yellow circle suddenly turned orange? But yeah, for sure, let's say that I was rich. I would love to go on that vacation with Lindsay the frugal craft. It would be so weird to stand in front of her in person. And not weird because she's a monster or something, but just, strange to meet up someone you have been watching for so many years, suddenly see them in person. I probably wouldn't speak with her because she speaks so fast. Her set chats, she is really hyped. I swear to God, she's like so not the video to click on. If I just woke up and turned on my computer, I wouldn't even be able to catch up on a frugal crafter set chat. Wow, she can really speak fast. Hey, I got a blue end here. An excuse to make this greenish color, maybe. I think she had 16 spots on her course, but they sold out so fast. So I thought that, oh man, she should have had like 30 or 40 spots on her course, because that would be okay. Oh no, 40 people is a lot of people maybe for her to cope with. But I think she's used to doing classes live down in the library at Maine. So she must have been used to like lots of people. But yeah, I can just feel. Can you see like I touched it? But I think she could have had more people. So, it wouldn't be selling out so fast. Oh my God, now people are going to think that I cut myself. I better rinse my hand really thoroughly. It looks like I had an accident with a knife or something. Speaking about accidents, can you still see it? Let me see if I rinse up my. Oh, now it's wet, so you can't really see it. This area right here had a blister. I acted like a kid. I was making supper and then I needed to damp some broccoli. And then I just used one of the rings on my stove, and the display on my electric stove said that that ring was hot, but I just didn't trust the display. So I put my finger on the plate and then got myself like a blister. There was like this round here. Now it's almost you can't even tell, but maybe you can tell a little bit. But I felt so stupid because that's a thing that the kids are doing. Yeah, it was really dumb. And what it just reminded me, I just recently saw a stand-up comedy Danish guy talking about now you can buy these on your kitchen sink, you can buy a thing where you turn it on and then you get like boiling water coming out, and it's just a gimmick for people who make their own coffee, like Nescafe, they need a glass of boiled water or tea or something. And then he was saying that when he first got that, he was just so stupid that he didn't believe that it was really boiling. And yep, it was boiled water coming out. So I was just thinking, like, oh my God, I'm acting just like him. Too immature to have an appliance like that. Okay, this green is so beautiful. I think I should use that for the stem of these flowers here. I think it was housing and feeding students that limited it, Lena. I think it was housing and feeding students. Oh my God. I can't even cope with myself. Imagine 40. Oh, you're thinking about 40 participants? I don't know why I think that 40 is not that scary. Maybe because, yeah, I just think that all that preparation and, you know, you're doing all that research before you start a art trip like that, and then it's sold out so fast would make you think that more people would have loved to come on this trip. But what's going on in my head is because I always overthink things, is the joy about imagine having to pack your suitcase for a trip like that. All the fun things. Okay, I bet that you guys who are going to Maryland is having that same exhilaration, like the thrill of having to pack for a trip like that. Oh, it's so cute when you connect it with stems. I don't think that you guys can tell how fresh green this green is. I'm just gonna pick another green for this one. Maybe a leaf here. Oh my God, I think it's so cute. Now I want to try something really stupid, and it's probably gonna ruin it a little bit, but I have to try it. Okay, what if we made, oh, this is so dead. I need to refresh that white. I got this Himimiya white gouache thing. I don't fill up my cup when it's the white color because I tend to contaminate it so quickly. So I just sparingly put, just a little, a little M&Ms with peanut size puddle in there, and that way I don't contaminate so much of my white. I want to make white petals around this one because it has that yellow ring. So I think that yellow color just clashed too much with the yellow background. Okay, would it kill me to let the petal touch the flower? Probably. Okay, like this. Oh man, it's turning into something like, it's actually fun to just have the half shape. Can you see that? Okay, I'm gonna make a half shape here too. Instead of carrying it all the way around. Yeah, that could be a thing. Just having half shape. Oh, I like that. Hey, I now where I got the white, maybe I could get like whiskers on Miss Mr. Kitty. Maybe this brush is actually too fat for a whisker. Maybe go to this tinier. Oh, it's always clumsy to do fine strokes with gouache because it's so thick, you know? But hey, you can only do your best. Uh, Maybe if I made a like a fuzzy one. No, just didn't want to do it. Yeah, I think it calls for a Posca pen if you really want to. Man, that looks weird. Okay, let me see if I can rescue some of the weirdness by putting in some black dots. Man, that's still weird. It's like very overpowering right here. Okay, no way back and staying. Oh, thank you, Tori. Yeah, the petals are cute, right, Colleen? And I like that they're in white, so it's really brightening up. I also love that I used white up here, so it's kind of bringing down the white as a color that represented different places. I don't like that the stems kind of not filled in with color, so I'm just gonna go over them. I think that this one needs like a center. So I'm just gonna take. Oh, I forgot to rinse my brush. Oops. Okay, just for fun, I'm just playing around here. What happens if we make like yellow dots in the blue ring on this flower here? You know, just going dot, 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 dot. Just on half of it. Thank you, Amber. Uh, yeah, I'm looking. I really like it, but it's like I don't know. I want something sparkly. Do I have something in shimmer I can put on top of this? Hmm. Will a gel pen even work? I've never tried a gel pen on top of gouache. I'm just gonna hit it with the heat gun to be sure that it's dry. Okay, let's see. Just for fun, just for fun. No, it doesn't pop. It doesn't like pop up. I think I just need like gold acrylic paint that would like really, really pop this page. But yeah. Do you have a gold Posca? Oh, let me see. Um, I have a yellow Posca, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh my god. Thank you for the tip. I think I need to write it off on some paper. Oops. Just a moment. Okay. Now you started a monster. How many of these do I have? Hmm. Hang on. Just a second. Let's see. God, that was a bunch. Okay, they got like this metallic sheen. You probably can you see how that's kind of shiny? Okay, let me just I just started a monster. I told you. Okay, what about the? Okay, we gotta take the blue one. I just want to test and show. This is the first time that I'm doodling on top of gouache. So far, it doesn't seem like it's clogging the nib of the pen, but I would have expected, because it's like kind of moist. Ooh, look, I just dropped a squirt like there. I want to see how it dries up. If it keeps the shimmer or if the gouache is actually eating up some of the glimmer. Oh man, so far it looks good. That was a good tip. Oh my god. This is gonna be like a doodling page. Oh, this is just so satisfying having a whoops, I touched something wet with my arm. Yeah, this is addicting. Okay, continue. I like it. Okay, for unfortunately this is kind of wet still. I don't know if you can see most of this is wet. So I'm a little bit cautious having to go in. But let's just try it on this area right here. Ooh, I think when I squeeze out a puddle of the Posca on a piece of paper, I can use it as a dip palette. Because I'm kind of convinced that the wet Posca will release some of the black background gouache. So we're talking one strokes here. Like, don't go back twice 3, 4 times on the same stroke, because then you would like lift off. You can not tell it on the camera, but I can tell it's got like this shimmer. Okay, maybe I will just do dots. Oh my god, for you guys who are doing mandalas, you must have like 1,000 suggestions to how you can jazz up this page with like new patterns. I can imagine Beck's creation and Barb Owen can just really make a page spread like this beautiful with their frosting. Okay, I'm just gonna put dots outside this ear just to see how it looks. Yeah, I like it. Oh my god, you could actually put stitches all around the cat. You know, like you quilted him on to the page. Ooh, there's like 3 minutes before Bob Owen comes on. Where did time go? Seriously? Okay. Um thank you, Anne, and hi, Anne. Sorry for missing you. Hi, Deb. Oh, I'm sorry if I missed someone coming in. Um there's actually only like 2 minutes before Bob Owen. She's not streaming? Okay, so I can actually continue just for a little while. Okay, I'm staying on then. She's not streaming Monday either. Okay, like a vacation. Okay, then I'm just taking this to town. Oh, it's so tiny. It is so tiny, tiny, tiny. Okay, if you guys are in for just half an hour more on my channel, oh, she's visiting family. I would love to work on a completely different drawing, because I can kind of feel that all the small dots I'm putting on, you're not able to see it. You can't even tell what I did on that eye. So I think I should switch to another project, because can you see how you can't really tell when the paper is lying like that? It's difficult to see my. You're not going anywhere. Okay, I'm working on a watercolor drawing that I could work on right now. So we switch gear into something else. But I just need to go and fetch it. Let's see. I like this so much, Lena. I just took a picture of it. I think I want to try one also. Oh my god. Thank you, CB. But seriously, when you go online and then just look at all the artwork inspired by this crazy black cat, you can see pieces where they took out areas of the cat's body, like the leg or some of the face, so it looks like a paper pieced cat. I think there's so many ways that this black cat page spread can go. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly clean up a little bit. Oh, this got stuck to the table. And then go get that watercolor drawing. Oops. Just 1 second. This lid is just so annoying. It pops up. I cannot close it so it stays put. So I put it in this mesh bag. And I think that, yeah, it's also like keeping the moist, since it's gouache. but it kind of helped keeping that palette super moist. Okay, I'll be right back. I just had to warn my hubby that he had to feed himself because now I'm going to paint and I'm still streaming. So I guess in a second or two we will hear that cereal box being opened or the microwave going bing. I don't think that I can close this. I need to move it and have it open. Okay. Let's see. Brushes. That one I like. This one. Maybe a round tip. Yeah. Okay, I am working on. Yeah, I know. Once I get like something that I really like, I just plunge into the theme and just work with it. So I'm working on another barista composition inspired by Lisa Wang, and I got to that very interesting phase where I need to paint the black west, the black colors, and I thought that it might be fun to look at while I am streaming because it's like a black contrast. So, yeah, I have no clue of how it's gonna turn out. Um, so I could just like work on it while I stream. Okay, the paints that I'm working with is white nights for the black because I don't want to waste my Italian black watercolor because they're like a little bit precious still. So whenever I need a lot of watercolor for something, I supplemented with another palette that's like more inexpensive. Yeah. Hmm. And White Knight seems to have a very good quality in their lamp black, so that's why the choice is White Knight to substitute the vineyard black that I have in this pan right here. Um, let's see. I'm not missing anything. Okay, this has been covered with masking fluid, and I have made the first coat on it and did some splashes. And now I have to re-wet it and do a second coat of background splashes. So that's the stage that this paint is in right now. And these Nila Coloris are handmade watercolors from Italy. And I like that they got like this earth tone palette. So I wanted to make this with like brown, Titan buffish, raw sienna look next to a very contrasting lamp black. I think that would be preferable. I'm trying out different color schemes because like this right here is very likable because it's got that buff titanium, and then it goes into like a paint grayish, and then even a turquoise bluish, and then that very bright skin tone, and then yet a little bit burnt sienna up here to bring the darkness in it. And this one is more like the violet, ultramarine, quinacridone violet. So the whole background is tinted with a mixture of gray and Titan buff, a little bit of bright lazuli, which is like very brighter than cobalt blue, for instance. So it's like three tones up here because it had to merge down to this area here that's mostly lapis lazuli, and then this turquoise bluish. Yeah. So that's the color scheme of that. I'm not so sure that I'm so fond of it because when you look at them next to each other, you can maybe, if I do like this, you can kind of tell something about temperature. Like there are a lot of cool tones here, and there's like more warm tones here. And in my opinion, I think the warm toned background is killing the flesh tone. So can you see how the flesh tones are more in your eyes with this color palette than this color palette? Yeah, so that's the whole experiment to this one. I want to make some basic background colors that will enhance the flesh tones on this guy. So on this guy, I'm going to try and do more reddish, brownish flesh tones because I got this picture of him inside my head with that really like Italian sunburned skin. So yeah, I just had to put those two drawings far away from my table because sometimes I'm really messy. If I need to do splatters, I can hit something behind me or next to me. So that's the whole idea of playing with this piece of paper today, is to find that special combination of a background color temperature to really make a flesh tone pop better. Yeah, I mean, horrible at explaining my thought process, but I want to put it out there so maybe you would understand more if I suddenly gush out no, or like if I seem I'm not like self-shaming myself, but if I seem disappointed in an outcome, then you kind of know why. Because I'm aiming for something in particular, something specific. But this is totally inspired by an artist called Lisa Wang. This is one of her composition, and the reason why I'm using her composition is because I don't have my own reference photo of anybody working in a coffee shop. So I'm just using her barista scenes while I'm practicing because this is like super practicing. Practice, practice. Oh, thank you. Let's see, I need this to be bright, so I should just leave it maybe. Thank you, Amber. I like them too. And for me, it's like if I get infatuated over a composition or a sketch or something like the Klimt Black Cat, I want to do more. I want to do like not just one drawing. Maybe I should yeah, maybe I should introduce some of the buff down here on his back maybe. Like this guy, he should like totally disappear in the background. I'm coming over with my second coat of the background. So here I get the opportunity to carve out stuff. You know, like this is where you can carve out. Maybe we should have like foam around his. I want this area to be a little bit like foaming steam. And then we could go darker down here. It's color theory. You play. Oh, it is okay. Oh, you're still here, Kathy. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to explain what's going on, but I'm testing out basically how my imaginary skin tone is going to be wrapped best with the background because it was fun to play with that quinacridone violet, but it was also a killer to the flesh tone. So I kind of not regret it. I never regret when I'm doing something, but I could just tell that, oh man, I need to paint one more and then just outlive that um, fantasy of having that Italian sunburned flesh tone. And I have never worked with that before. In my imagination, an Italian sunburned flesh tone is something very special. Like I got an idea that's very specific in my head of how it should look. And it's definitely not going to look pale. So it's also going to be fun for me to use a lot of red in my skin tone mix. I rarely do that, so I can't barely wait for that process. Okay, we want that to be like shadowed down here. We need a lot of shadows also. I got this Mayan blue that I'm mixing up with a paint gray to make my paint gray more bluish, because I think that objects that are closest to the viewer should have like a more cool shade shadow. So it kind of distinguish itself from the background, so it's more like noticeable that it's in the front of you. So that's why I have a Payne's gray that I'm with the temperatures cooling more down with my Mayan blue. But sure, you can have like Mayan blues that are made more out of the warmer ultramarine, so it would change its hue. But you can manipulate with it by putting in some phthalo blue if you want it to be colder. Down here, I want to carry out that bluish undertone. So I think I would go like, and here can you see a perfect example of not using a ruler for the desk? That's so freaking annoying. But I live. Okay, this shadow right here. Picture that you're having an old school camera with a huge flash on it, and you have this black desk, right? So wouldn't your flash be like if this was like a steel surface, not a chrome table, but would your flash be pinging out here? I think it would. So I want to go in ochre, raw sienna. I'm going to go in raw sienna. Like that's the flashlight. It's maybe something grayish. Do we have that? We have the lunar blue to give it that. We have that explosion of light right there, and then white night lamp black over here, and then somehow blend them together. And then drop in some water to make it uneven. It's just gonna help me with the edges so I don't get like a brushed edge. Yeah, let's see how that dries up. But can you follow it? Like your flash from the camera is giving you this highlight on a very dark desk surface. Yeah. I'm rambling. Okay, now it's time to change the brush. This has a very fat barrel, so it will carry a lot of water. So I'll go to this synthetic brush because it doesn't have that ability to carry so much water. And now I'm gonna mix up I think I want to have a 3-step skin tone. So I'll have like the medium and then the darkest. So if I just go in and mix that darkest sunburn Italian skin tone that I'm talking about, take a huge puddle of that over here. So I take this, you could call like a red ochre, and then I start tinting it with raw sienna, and I do raw sienna instead of yellow ochre because raw sienna is more transparent, so it's not going to be so aggressive a mix. And now it's tinted up a little bit warmer, and now I go in with a yellow, and then I got this reminds me a little bit of how can I explain it? It's not a lemon yellow. It's an Italian color called steel de grain. Steel de grain. Can you see how it's not a Hansa? It's definitely not a yellow, lemon yellow. It's like a raw sienna mixed with Hansa yellow. So this is like the darkest skin tone. Then I take that puddle and transfer it over here. And now I start to dilute it even further with the white yellow. The not the white, the the raw sienna. I can barely speak because now I have to be alert. Lots of water. Yeah, perfect, perfect. This is a perfect underpainting. And when that underpainting is dry, you can come on top with a reddish, transparent glaze to bring out the blood of the skin. Okay, but before I can splash it on, some of these areas will be in shade, and I want that to be like a cool ultramarine shade. So I find my ultramarine. I'm just gonna dump it up here, and then I'm watching. Okay, definitely the hands, they are in shade. The fingers, so I give them an ultramarine glaze. Also, the inside of the palm would be in shade. There is a short distance from his underarms, his hand wrist to the rest of the arm, so that's okay that it's in shade. And now over here we have the the places in between the fingers. The space in between his fingers would be in shade. And actually the last two of his fingers is also somewhat in shade. And he's got a bent in pointy finger, so I'm just gonna let the tip of that finger be in shade. Um, then his hand would be like in shade. Okay, here would be some shading. Yeah, so far so good. Up here, his neck would be in shade. I think he's having like top light. So light is coming from the ceiling. So under his chin would be this cool area with a bluish shade, and it probably would go all the way up to his earlobe. The way he's standing. And I don't want any hard edges, so I'm gonna blend that out. And then I will need to deal with that edge right there, the transition between the chin and the, let's give him like a more like a square chin, so I could put shades here. And then his temples would also be covered a little bit by maybe his hair, so I would give that a blue shade also. And then I would come in and give this whole area around his eyes and a little bit underneath his eye a cool toned shaded area that's blended out, no hard edges. I want the tip of his ear to be like orangey, and I don't really have an orange in this set here, so I'll take that steel de grain yellow and mix it with this. And it's gonna look like too much, but watercolor dries up lighter, so I'm not scared of that super orange ear. But I just want this application to be orange and to be dry, because when I come on top of it with the skin tone, I don't want that orange to move and be a wet area where my where the skin tone for the earlobe is going to be placed. It's a bit difficult to explain. Remove all the wet, hard edges. Okay, that's the first one. Let's help Lena get more views. Oh, thank you, Kathy. Bye bye, CB. Good luck with the kitty cat. Okay, just so you're warned, this is what you're in for. You're in for me just sitting here rambling about my choices. Back here, this guy, I think maybe it's a little bit too dark right here, so I'm just gonna scrub off my initial first layer, scrub back to white paper, lift it off. Oh, we're gonna go super light on this guy right there. So I think I'll just take a very light coat just as a starter. And then I think that I'm gonna remove some and add some red. Let's see what happens when I add a little bit of red just around the ear. I know I'm painting into his hairline. It's on purpose. Okay, if I come back with that red on his nose tip. Okay, that's a good starter for him. You know, the basic skin tone. Okay, this is wet still. I'm just gonna heat set the. No, this is okay, I think. Okay, okay. I want to come in now with the first basic wash of the skin tone here. I think there's something called grisaille. That's when you with the gray have put down some of your shading areas first, because then you can come over with a glaze and you would already have this indication of where your shadows are going to be. So that's basically what I've been doing. I have prepped them to be glazed, you could say. So now I should be able to simply just glaze. I still got masking fluid, and it's gonna be a pita to regain the, how can I say, it's gonna be a pita to peel off the masking fluid and watch how much reparation you have to do to remove the hard edges of the masking fluid. But I'm just gonna go with it. We have an arm over here. I'm gonna try and give that arm a very pale, just reddish color and let it disappear. Oh, you can't even tell. I just let it simply just disappear. because we're not going to focus so much on that guy there. Now where I got that reddish on my brush, I think I will try and invite it just a little bit, because I want to see if I'm doing it the way that I should do it. I'm inviting the red and letting it mix, because I want to see when it dries up if I'm on the right track, or if I shall resaddle regroup my way. What's it called? It's very dark. And the underarm, definitely here. Just on the top here. Maybe we should go in with a little bit darker. Man, I really dislike painting fingers. I'm just gonna let it rest there. I think it should dry now, and then I will have a chance to see when it's dried up how strong it is. Because watercolor dries up maybe up to 30% lighter when in that wet uh, stage, and sometimes it's difficult to paint, having to take precautions about what you are applying is going to dry up 30% lighter. Okay, the light is coming from above, so he would have like a triangle shape right there. And then maybe here and right here. Maybe partially his chin. Definitely this nose. Okay, that needs to dry. I also think that this is quite bright. I'm not quite sure what's going on down here. I should definitely have hit the same color than over here. Could that be this one? Yeah. Okay, let it dry. Let it dry. um, can you zoom in more? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can. I'm not sure. I need to do a lot of shaking because I need to push down this thing that my camera is on. Oh, I'd want to spring back up. I think this is the closest that I can get. I think maybe that's a little bit better. Well, now comes the most tedious part, which is that this needs to dry up. And I cannot use my heat gun because I got masking fluid on it. So it would totally melt the masking fluid and make it stick even more to my paper. So it would be like a battle to get it off. But let's just see if this can sort of dry up. Okay, I'm gonna go wash my hands because I got some blue residue, and I wouldn't be surprised if I did something. So I'll be back. I'm also just refilling my glass. Yeah, this is the worst about watercolor and streaming, because you have these natural drying sessions in between coats. So of course I'm thinking, what could I work on while it is drying up? Okay, maybe I can work on this area here, trying not to let it blend too much into the fingers. Maybe that one there. Hmm. Should I take the risk? Okay, I think. Okay, not long. Maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then I can start taking off the masking fluid. Yeah, it's still moist. When you flip your page like this, up and down, and then lay it flat down, and then with your wrist, you will feel that it's cool. Especially here in summer when it's like a little bit hot, it can be difficult to touch something and it feels dry. But if you have aired it out, the fanning of the paper will cool down the temperature on the places that are still moist, and then you can easily, with your wrist, where your pulse is, you can find the areas where it's wet. Like here it's cold, here it's not cold. But if I didn't flip it up and down and fan it, it would be more difficult for me to figure out where it's damped and where it's not. But it's definitely not damped in this area around the neck also. No. So I dare to peel off the masking fluid. Or should I wait? I'm just gonna wait. Where do I want it to go? Now I'm thinking, where do I want it to lead to go? Okay, we're gonna do it. I'm sorry for rambling so much, but I'm flying from the seat of my pants. So we're gonna do the bow tie. And what I do is that I do the top of the bow tie with very cream thick paint, which means that it's not saturated in a ton of water, and I do it completely dark. Then I wet the area beneath the bow tie, and now I let the water meet the lamp black. And the reason for this exercise is that you get a hard edge on top of the bow tie, and then you get a soft edge on the the, the bottom of the bow tie. And then because this shirt that he's wearing, it would be completely in shade because light is coming from the ceiling. So his head will cover up this area right here. So his white shirt would actually have this blue tinted um, shade color. So what I'm trying to do is to let the paint for me the picture. So I'm simply just gonna leave that, and that's a painted chest area. Oh, thank you, Kathy. I feel a little bit stupid, but I will just continue just talking about my my thought process. So now I need to let this area here dry because I want this to be a hard edge when I do the vest in black, and then maybe I want this to be a furry edge. But in my head, I'm thinking that this is going to be a hard edge, hard edge, hard edge, edge, hard edge, and then it should be furry down here. I only have this small section here to marry his vest to his shirt. And it's important to marry it because if I had only a hard edge vest, it would look like a Lego man where I just attached an armor of a black vest on his torso. So to marry it to the rest of his body, I need to select some areas where I need fuzzy edges. And I would pick this underarm right here, and I would pick this area right under his arm right here. And then I would give myself a very hard contrast right here on the shirt. Because I have masking fluid on some areas right here, the white, stark white next to a lamp black would make the shirt pop. But then I need to make it not pop so much right here because this area is going to be more likely in shadow because he's got this bent over posture. So if light is coming from the ceiling, this piece of his arm would actually be in shade from his torso. So now I'm waiting for this tiny area right here to dry up. I'm not so concerned about this. I wouldn't mind if this got a fuzzy edge. So I think I will be gentle and try and hit this with a heat gun and see if I can do that without disturbing too much masking fluid. So I think I'll try and just heat set it from the back actually. And now you may wonder, masking fluid, what am I using? I'm using Schminke, and it's called Rubble Crepe. And it's a neutral colored masking fluid, and I dislike that it's neutral color. I once had from Daila and Rowney a blue tinted masking fluid, and as soon as I run out of my neutral white masking fluid, I'm gonna repurpose a blue tinted masking fluid because then I'm able to actually see where I'm applying it in the future. I'm not sure if I can tint my neutral masking fluid with some drops of ink. I have not thought about that yet because I'm afraid that if I tint it with a pigment that it will tint my substrate when I apply it. So yeah, I'm touching. It feels dry. I can continue. Okay, what I do is that I want the vest to go down in a wet wash. So first I'm coating in the vest area. It's so annoying to say the word vest 100 times. It doesn't lay well on my tongue. So I'm just gonna call it his suit. I'm coating in the suit area with wet water, and where I want the edges to be fuzzy because I want them to marry into his shirt, I'm going over my line work. So here I'm just starting to wet more and more areas. And down when his suit meets his arm, I'm gonna give myself a straight line. I don't want any of the lamp black to go into, travel into his arm. Here I'm following the line work of the suit, but now we get to the area with the shirt where I want it to travel into, so I'm just gonna wet that area too. So keep in mind that this area here is wet, which means that watercolor will travel to that area. And if I don't want to cover the whole area with a opaque layer of lamp black, I must remember that my application, okay, I'm just going to demonstrate it instead of talking you through it. Okay, watercolor will travel where water is. So I have take a very thick coat of creamy lamp black. It's very thick, and I'm gonna place my brush stroke over here, and the watercolor is gonna travel all the way over there. But on its travel, it will dilute itself. So that's how I control how much will be married. I keep applying to this area here. So what it gives me is a super saturated area right there. And then I just wait a little bit, because the tension of the water of the paper will make it travel while I am putting in paint other places. So I just wait. And it's important that you give it time. See where does it want to go? And notice how I don't go all the way up to the shoulders. And it's because light is hitting his uniform from above. So of course the saturation of black needs to be lesser where his shoulders are. Now I can see that it does not want to travel longer than that. So now I can be brave and put another coat and yet another coat. And now I'm just waiting to see what happens. So in a way it's controlled. I know it sounds weird, but it's controlled, but it's not. You know, like it's still the paper and the water that determines how this vest is going to blur out into the area. Let's say that I want to help it along. Then I take a wet brush and I can add some water right there, but then it will bloom inwards because there will be a bigger water tension outside here than in here. So if you're going to do tricks like that, I would recommend that you take your wet brush and you first plant it in the area that's painted. That's the only way you can assure that you got an equal amount of water tension. So now you can drag out the pigments without making a bloom that's going inward. Now the bloom is going outward. Does it make any sense? The more I lay my brush down, the more it would leave like a mark. So that's gonna dry up as a hard edge. And in this case, I don't want it. So I'm just gonna be ready by giving myself with a very dry brush. I'm gonna pick up some of the water, and now I need to supervise it. I constantly need to go back to this area with a paper towel or a dry brush and soak up more and more water. That's the only way I can not get a hard edge. I want a very soft, disappearing edge. And now you can see how that black is married to the shirt in a very natural way, because it's how the paint shows it to be, instead of having that very stark hard edge. Up here on the shoulders, I'm gonna wet the area so it's ready to be inviting in some of the black pigment. Now I can decide that, should it be like you can have like a dark application where it's rounding, like this. That would be nice too. So if you're in doubt, just start with that dark fabric round and see if you like it. Some can make a shadow like that if it's like a silky look you're going for. um, Here I have a butterfly and a vest meeting each other. So I'm just gonna keep the edge from the butterfly, and now I can see when it's drying up that the pigments from this is kind of fading, and I need to tell the brain that this is actually a butterfly. So I will just go on top of the butterfly and redo that hard edge. Basically just adding more pigments to the top of it. What masking fluid do you use? I use masking fluid from Schminke. I'm sorry, I didn't watch chat, so I don't know if I already answered that. From Schminke. It's in a glass jar with a very annoying plastic lid. I think they should have used a metallic lid because it cracks very easily. So that's why I have this. I don't even know the name for it. I got this plastic film over it to make it airtight, and then I keep it out of sunlight. I keep it in shadow so that it doesn't dry out on me. Okay, I think that on this area here, we need to come in with more black color before the paper totally dries up on me. I just love that contrast between that stark white shirt and then this black uniform. Yeah, I think that's now I need to can you see how I constantly need to supervise that edge right there? I need to supervise it because I need to sculpture it into the creases of fabric. Like this is more like the fabric would react or be like, and not that the shape it had before. Like this is more like how fabric would would be I can just keep plotting and, with tissue. But I'm not annoyed about it. I mean, that's what I like about watercolor, that there is these things. Okay, then that definitely needs to dry. I think that I need um the back of his uniform is in shadow right there. The question is just how much. Maybe that much. Okay. I need to let that dry up. Does it come off easily? I have had ones that pull off my paper. Oh yeah, sometimes it does. It's really a Peter. I don't know how to do it. Some people take a clean eraser and use the eraser to gently wipe off the masking fluid, but I think I got more control with it if I use a finger. Um, like I just never aim to pull it off in one stroke, so I just repetitively, gently roll my finger over the same spot over and over again. And that's how I slowly undress the paper of the masking fluid. Um, and then, of course, a lot of people, they're like, won't you leave a lot of oil residue? Yes. So don't put on lotion on your hands and then take off the masking fluid. You're just gonna hate life when you have to go back to the paper and paint on it. Okay, I'm thinking this vest over here. This uniform over here. I like that he's so transparent because he's not my focal point. My focal point is actually this guy here. So I think I will partially paint his vest. So I think that I would just gently drop in the colors and then try and work them out until I'm satisfied. But if I take like a dark value here, okay, and from now on, no more pigments, just a clean, wet brush working it out. Oh, that was too dry. I would prefer if the paint would paint itself, help me to paint. So I'm just poking it. And then down here, I'm just squeezing out. I'm actually hoping for cauliflowers, cauli blooms, something that that a watercolor would do. Because I basically want the paint to help me paint this very faint area. And then I actually want the color to come this direction here and uh, meet this guy so that you kind of link together all your objects on your paper. So it's either touching each other. So let me just see how this turns out. Maybe the angle up here is a bit weird. I think more of it would be in the light of the ceiling, like this. Yeah. I have seen a special gum eraser, but never tried it. Yeah, they use like this, like it's not a kneaded eraser, kneaded, yeah, kneaded eraser. I think that's what it's called. But it's like this, like the texture of this eraser. You know, I've seen people just doing it with that, and I think they not that I know, but I think that they're doing it with an eraser to keep away oily fingers so that you don't leave something on the substrate you're working on and disturb the sizing of the paper. Not sure, but definitely there is a lot of drawing sessions in all these paintings, so it's like really tedious to watch. I think I'm able to work on this area down here now. Yeah, let's take that. Okay, there's a ton of hard edges down here because we have something that's not a fabric. So we have some steel containers and a desk surface, the end of the table. So I'm just gonna work with a lot of, you could say, like hard edges. But what we got of soft edges um, is behind the guy. So let me just start putting in. I know for sure that it's going to be like really dark just around the handle of this steel bucket. Hej Kasper.
Nej,
Oh my god, du bliver nødt til at fortælle mig, hvordan var filmen?
den var okay.
Var den okay?
Ja.
Oh.
Lisa skider på naboens hånd. Hun laver ballade
Det er ikke okay.
på deres nye indkørsel.
Nej. Oh my god, my son just came home. Our neighbors has just laid down tiles to a new driveway, and he just told me that our cat is laying a poop on their new tiles. Oh my god. I'm not even sure if I got the nerve to go out and remove it. I just feel so sorry for them, you know. They just finished off their new driveway, and then my cat makes a dump on it. So I think I think I'm gonna remove it when I'm done streaming. Okay, now I'm going to let this color disappear in the background with the help of a bluish um, paint grayish, yeah, paint gray, because I want the color to change its hue so that we have a transition between a uniform we know as black into a background that can be um, bluish. I don't know if it makes sense. But can you see how it's just disappearing? And it's not disappearing in a black shade. It's just naturally out of sight. And you have that very soft vanishing point with not a real edge, so you can't really tell where his uniform is ending. It's just blurring out. That's what he thinks about that driveway. That is so embarrassing. Oh my god, I can't believe my cat taking a humongous crap. Look, this area dried up and it kind of looks cool, like a flashlight from a camera or something. I think it's much more interesting than if I just had made it like totally solid black. So that's likable, but can you tell how it would uh, be nice if this area here was like lamp black so that you have a connection. I can't explain it, but if you have a completely lamp black area right here, it would be a clutch between the dark contrast up here and down here. Let me paint it in so you can see the madness. I can't wait for my son to tell me a review of that Barbie movie. Just on a Friday night. Young people going into town and then they select a Barbie movie. Oh my god. It's gonna look like it have some sort of an edge. And we don't like that. We only like soft edges. So I'm just gonna supervise it with a piece of tissue ready to take it off. And now I'm looking, I think I'm gonna keep that until I decide how this one dries up to see if I need, because right now it's like your eyes are looking in this that like you can lay an arm like it's a direction, so if I lay down a very dark corner here, it would mess up that composition of having like a dark linear this way. Yeah, just thinking out loud. Okay, now I need to go out and give myself some new rinsing water because look, it's totally dirty. I'll be right back. I just need fresh water. Whoops. I'm sorry, this must be so boring. It's so okay if you guys want to go somewhere else because this takes so long time. But let's just review the colors. So far, I like the way it's dried up. I love, love, love that grayish buff titanium with that ultramarine blue contrasted with the white and the really dark, dark black. I think that's very likable. So I'm glad that I have not introduced a third, like a high chroma color or like a new tone, like light pink or a dusk violet or something. And I like that I have this brownish, ochreish splot right there because it's nothing. It's just a splot of color, but suddenly it helps to define a workstation area. So it doesn't take more than that. You don't need to sketch it all out. So I like you know, how the paint is just giving the illusion. However, I will say that I would love to have a little bit more pigments here because this area here is kind of ghosting a little bit. I mean, it's too much. It's too boring that he's got that ghosted uniform up here and also down here. So I think I'm gonna re-wet this area here and put a little bit more pigments into that area. And I think the pigments I would go for is a bluish tone. That I simply just blot in and then give it a blot or some lamp black, and then let the lamp black travel where it wants to. So I'm just gonna try and invite it up here also. Yeah. Just gonna try and mess with it. I'm coming in with a wet brush, and the tension of water is shifting because my wet brush is disturbing the tension of the water on the page. So it's enough to manipulate it. Yeah, let's leave it right there and see what it does. So what's happening up close, I can show you how the painting is painting itself in that area. Just if you let it be, it's like it's gonna dry up nice. It's gonna be nicer than if I had to, with a tiny brush, paint it in strokes. So it's gonna be more natural like that, just leaving it, let it do its own business. Okay, down here on this table, it has semi dried up. It's not like super dry, but I know that this guy wearing a very dark vest is going to leave some sort of shadow. Now I can decide, do I want the shadow to be black or bluish? I'm heading more for the Mayan bluish. So I'm putting it in. And then I can give it a little punch with the paint gray. So first put in the color of the shadow that you want, and then come on top of it with the dark value so you can control it better. I mean, so you are able to be the boss of what color your shadow is going to be. I'm saying that because I find it difficult to go back and lift off a lamp black shadow. We got lamp black right here. It would be annoying having to tint that blue, So I always go in with the initial shadow that I want. Yeah, I often use a mix of ultramarine and a homemade black to make shadows of humans. And I use ultramarine because it's a human, or if it was a dog or something alive, then I want to give that living creature a warm shadow. Also, if it's a plant, but if it's from a building or a brick, not a brick, it's, yeah, a building or a dead thing like a bucket, I think you can use a cooler shade, um, like a much cooler shadow. I don't know if it makes sense. But if I paint a painting of a landscape and there is a guy standing, next to him is a dog, and they're standing in traffic with a lot of bikes and cars and buildings, I would give the guy and the dog a warm shaded shadow with ultramarine, and I would give the cars, the building, and the bicycles, a cool shaded shadow with just, you know, a dark color, uh, black, or, you know, some phthalo blue mixed into the black, just so that different things cast different temperatures and shadows. And I'm saying all of this because all this section down here is basically an illusion of shadows. So that's why I pick and choose my shadow color. And he is a person, so I'm not giving him a lamp black shadow. He needs a blue one, and I need to come back in this area here and define it with a more cooler shade shadow. Okay. While I have been talking, I think that this up here is drying up. Yeah. I'm done with the wet and wet in the face. Now I will have to come in wet on dry and work with the skin tone. And I'm going for a really sunburned guy. And I don't usually do that, like it's not something that I'm used to. So I would start peeling off the masking fluid. And from now on, when I need a white area in his face, I will wait until the paint is dry and take my craft knife and scrape off the white by simply just scraping the paper. But I want to leave the white highlight on this side. I'm painting with the barrel of my brush and not the tip, because I want this natural one stroke application. I got no reason for that other than that's what works for me. In that tiny area with his chin, I do need the tip. Then I'm going back and going just disappearing into his hair. I'm doing that because sometimes I shift gear and give the my faces a different hairdo than I initially thought I would, and then I got some skin tone already laid down on the paper, so I don't have to just rely on on that first sketched line. Now I'm loading my brush with a warmer tone, and I'm going in trying to paint with the barrel of my brush. That was that tone. And now this area here is in the dark, so I need something bluish. So I'm coming in with a blue tone for this one. And this one I'm going to carry all the way down to his neck. So now we have like a 3-stroke face laid down of paint. So now comes the lifting off, the adding more. So first you need to do is to make some choices, like, do you want this chin to be brighter? Then you can remove some paint. Do you want his eyelid to be lit up by a little highlight? Then you can remove the paint. Do you want his temple to be brighter? Then just remove it. And then down here, I think that I actually want something darker, dark reddish already to get that sunburned illusion. So this is his jaw. And then take it downwards. Okay, now it's just back and forth, back and forth. I try not to disturb the orange that I laid in his top ear because, yeah, the ear flips are so transparent. So when light hits them from above, they will actually sometimes, I think, look a little bit orange. Here I'm playing a little bit with how his nose and his chin is gonna be. I think I would like it to be a bit bright right there. Okay, then the other side of his face would be a little bit dark here. And then this area right here before his hairdo will be in shadow. So I'm just for fun gonna put in the shadow. I just wanna test it out and see if I like it. Yeah, we can have that. That's nice. So I'm just gonna bring it down further. Ooh. And right now you may think that, oh my god, he looks so ugly. But he's gonna shape up. I'm giving it a rest now, not fiddling with it too much. I just need it to just not to be so wet. Why is he sunburned? What's his story? I'm thinking an Italian barista. So I wanted to give him a skin tone that's more like not so so bright. And I also want to give him like a 5 day shaving. So right now I'm sitting here thinking how can I achieve a 5 day shaving. So I'm gonna come up here in the hairline, and then I'm just gently gonna, because these young people today, they go to the barber and get their perfectly shaved beard. So I'm just gonna see how I can get him the best beard as possible. Yeah, I think I like that line. Maybe it could actually be like this. Yeah, that's okay with me. A little bit more. Okay, I'm ready to put in his hair. I do hair in 3 strokes. One needs to be grayish, so I got this grayish color here. Okay, we have some hair on the side of his face. That's 1 stroke. And then the back here, I need a different color. I think I would tint it with some. We need to bring a color into it. Maybe this kind of brownish color. I just don't want it to be black, you know. And then start. Because this is where the light is kind of hitting. And now I can come in with some dark. Now I have to decide how far down his hair is going to be. The less strokes I use on doing his hair, the better. So I'm just gonna try and first of all be a little bit quiet and focus on where is the light. Now I have a clean brush. I'm pulling down his hair color, the pigments from the hair. I want it to merge with his beard. I'm trying to change up the color of his beard on the way down so that I get a little bit brown toned so it looks more natural, you know, sort of just not just like a black line. And then I need some sort of water to let this come up here. I want the watercolor to paint the hair for me. So I need to somehow. Okay, I should leave it. Okay, I'm leaving it. I have to come back and give a shadow underneath his hair, but first I need to see how his hair is going to form itself. Now comes the time where you take off some watercolor because we got some highlights. So it's often like you apply and then you take off. But it kind of matters. I mean, you can see the difference on the drawings where I don't do it. I can see that I didn't do it. So it kind of matters. Okay, now I have like a wet brush. I need to work on his Elvis side. Is it called sidebars? What is it called? They would be somewhere like here. I really wish that I could give him 5 day shade, like he haven't been shaving for 5 days. That's a lot of beard for a 5 day shade. So let me just take off some of it. Okay, then I actually want him to have a mustache. Okay, for the mustache. First, I want to lay in a bit of red because I know he's got some lips in here somewhere. And if they show through his beard, I want that area to be red. And then I'm coming in with a brown base because some of the mustache, it's going to be like a bushy mustache. And that tip is going to hit the light, so it would never be black. It would be a ghostly color transitioning into something reddish. Okay, so we got that ending of his beard that's black, brownish, and then comes the black beard. Okay, I'm waiting for this to dry up and tell me if I got that the 5 o'clock shading thing. I need a shadow underneath his hair, and I think it could be like an umber, like a burnt umber tone. So I'm just gonna audition a burnt umber. If I don't like it, I can push it back. I want to put it right coming down from here. I'm thinking maybe I can get it to connect a little bit here. Okay, and before it dries up, I want to come in with the red. The red is what's gonna give me skin temperature. think I'm gonna pick up. There is that, like the letter T on top of the nose brim. I'm just gonna shape the letter T, and then on the tip of his nose tip, I'm gonna try and give it some color. Yeah, that's an awful lot of energy to put on such a small face. But I find that it matters because when people are going to look at this drawing, they're going to judge the guy and most likely the face. So if I haven't done my best on the facial area, but I did a smashing coffee cup instead, it's not gonna matter because the judgment is on the facial feature, and it's okay because he is, my focal point, my focal. Okay, I am dancing around this eye area. It needs to be completely dry before I can continue. So let's just leave this area because otherwise I will disturb the paper pulp too much. So it's best to let it rest up a little bit. Okay. His 5-day no shade looks amazing. Oh, you like it? It's the first time that I'm trying to do like a 5-day yeah, you got an idea in your mind of what result you want to end up with, and sometimes it doesn't end like that because it's a drawing. So everything can go wrong. I dislike all the fiddling with this tiny brush. It's never really been me. um so I really, hats off, kudos to those who got the patience to do all the fiddling. Okay, we're gonna leave him here and come back. uh I should do it darker down here. He's got his head away from the light source, so down here, without giving him a lesser jawline. And then I'm just gonna make this indent right here for his Adam's apple. So you can kind of tell he's a guy. Okay, I'm moving on. Moving on. Are you guys still here? Oh my god, I got 12 people. Oh my god, you 12 people don't have anything else to do on a Friday night than watching this tedious painting session? Oh my god, I hope you're working on your own stuff and then just got me as an earworm. But faces, always take your time, because To tell you the truth, that's exactly where people will go look when they're gonna judge your drawing. The end of his hair, I'm gonna erase the line. Remember we talked about hard edges and soft edges? I'm gonna erase it because I just want it to wisp out. But we could have a hard edge on the opposite line, and that would be a more fresh cut tip. So if I make this tiny tip down, then suddenly he looks more neat. Watching on treadmill? Oh my god, then you need some oomph, 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 oomph. Oh my god, I saw a video on YouTube where there was this human beatbox guy, they can make sounds with their mouth, and they were putting out loudspeakers in public, and then they sat hiding in a van and made noises to when people was walking down some stairs and just walking in general. So they were making like wonk, 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 wonk when people were walking downstairs. And then they found this guy who was making a workout, and he was taking push-ups in the street, and then they made that sound, like he was a bike that's broken. It was so funny. Hi Barbara. You're making beautiful art this morning. No, it's morning where you're at. It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening here in Denmark. So I think I won't be working on so much longer. But before I go, I really would love to take off the masking fluid on at least one of the sleeves so you can see the difference. So let me just get some reddish color in on this guy here, because on his arm there definitely would be something like this maybe, and then it would be like that. Could we be brave and then just a smidgen up here? No, then you can just immediately tell that there was too much. Maybe like this. Okay, and then more red on his fingers. Maybe perhaps some burnt umber in his palm right here. And this is in shade because he's having like a grip. So this finger would also be like shaded, and then definitely like here. Okay, I got some of the shading in. So soon we can take off the masking fluid from this hand right here. Okay, some of it is in. Can I take this one off? Okay, I'm gonna peel off the masking fluid from this sleeve right here, and I would say that it's like done. Like I wouldn't do more to either the fabric or anything next to it. So let's see. I just painted this area, so I can't go further, but this right here I would say is done. I wouldn't do anything more. But now you saw the magic of this area right there be painted almost, you could say, by itself. Um, just the watercolor itself. And here we got some masking fluid also. And up here we have that one, yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of stuck in stages because I needed to dry. It looks weird with that uh, pile of cups. So let's say I wanted to, and I do want to, add in another pile of cups, maybe leaning the other direction, just to establish, wonky cups in the background. You can just sketch it in and then remove. Pick it up with a dry towel. And of course, always there is something like gouache, or I can see that a lot of people have these jars with a white, I forget what it's called, but it's like a white paint. What is it called? Okay, to stress out the white cups even further, I'm just going in with some shading. So now it looks better, when something is in the background. A little bit better. Are you working with a photograph, or are you inventing this as you go? Well, I saw a photograph from Lisa Wang, who is have composed this composition, and then it's very straightforward because it's basically just guys with white shirts and black vest uniforms. So I don't really need to look at something because I know in my head that the light is coming from this top up here, and her photo is not something that I can copy anyway because I can't do it one to one with what she's been doing. So I try my very best to sketch exactly like her drawings, and then I let myself just uh, fill in the rest in my own pace because I'm pretty confident on my own decisions. So it's more fun for me to work like that, where I make my own decisions after the sketch. But for sure, the whole composition is not something that I have made. It's a Lisa Wang painting, but her guy probably looks very different from my guy. And I think that's how you should always work with reference photo. And I think that's why they call them reference. It's something to inspire you in the sketching phase, but as soon as you start your painting phase, I think everyone should let go of their reference pictures and try their own decisions, because that's the only way that you can liberate yourself, and suddenly it's more joyful because then you can't do anything wrong, because it doesn't have to look like the picture you that inspired your drawing. So I would even go as far as to say, as soon as you're done sketching, put away that image that you're looking at, and then just work with your own feelings. Like if you feel you want to add more to the sketch, just go do it and trust that you can work yourself out of a different composition. I don't know. It's a little bit difficult to explain. I just think sometimes if like I once drew some manga figures where they had to look like, the figure. You remember that when I drew those Pokemons, the goal was that they must look like the Pokemon that I'm drawing after. And I sometimes thought that I had a painting rut. Like halfway through my painting, I disliked it and didn't want to finish it. And I thought I felt like that because I was locked into my reference picture, that it had to be, you know, looking in a specific way. Oh man, don't we just love hands? Hands are the worst. I just quickly want to get past these hands. Um, this is actually, you can't really tell the thumb where the thumb is. Like we have the thumb here. Yeah, I need to. Oh, that is so weird. I look at the screen and I can see the hand, you know, but then I look down at my own drawing and it disappears. The same with roses. Like I can see on the screen the idea of why I'm placing petals the way I am, but not up close. There's something about this little finger here. I think it might be that direction right there. I gave him a very chunky little finger. I wonder if I can erase the edge of his little finger here. Yeah, it's just disappearing. It's just disappearing. It's okay. It's better than if I had to put it in. Okay, bye bye, Barbara. But now that's dried up. Yeah, I think I'm also tired. It's 10 o'clock now. I think I'm gonna end the stream. I hope that it's okay with you guys. I haven't had dinner yet, and I stream from 6 in the evening, and now it's 10 o'clock, and I'm just so hungry. So I actually think that I'm gonna end the stream. Oh my god! Before I end, can you see how uh just the detail? Can you see how he's hunched backed? So if I soften up this and lift off as much as possible, I might be able to unhunch back him. He's still hunched back. If I come on top, some of that gray. Maybe that shadow was wrong. Maybe, yeah. This is one of the gouache cases. I think it would be a pretty good decision to lay down some gouache right there and then just let it marry to the background with a dry brush stroke like this. And then, or I could eliminate some of the shadow. I don't know. I can't even make a decision. Yeah, I really need to eat. I am so hungry. Um, okay, if I put in a shadow here, would that do something about his? Yeah, that that shadow indicates that he's too skinny for his shirt anyway. So maybe it's plausible that he's got a too big a uniform on. Okay, I don't know. Oh, but it's a shame that you don't get the finished eyebrows. Okay, uh we're gonna do his eyes and eyebrows before I leave. Thank you, Colleen. I'm just gonna I don't feel like that. You know what? It may look great on screen, but it's always different when you see it in real life. There's a lot of faux pas on this one. Okay, eyebrows and eyes. First of all, the paper must be 100% bone dry. I feel that this is dry to me. What I have learned from Lisa Wang, the way that she does her eyes is very specific. Okay. Oh, you can't even see it. Um, Here we got an eye that's looking downwards and an eyebrow. And the way Lisa Wang does her eyes is that she doesn't she doesn't do like that, like whoop, like one line. She puts in, let's say, a dark burnt umber, and then she makes a broken line, and then she come back with the dark value that the eye really should be in the inner crease and in the outer crease. So now you have not only two colors in the eyelid, you also have a broken line in the center. And then she comes in and makes her shadow. And for some reason, it just makes her paintings really beautiful. I'm not sure if I can replicate that. And the same with her eyebrows. She breaks them into two strokes, one really dark and then one light brown. So come in with the really dark first eyebrow, side loaded with a brush, ended with a whip. Can you see I got the whip? And then you come in with a burnt umber, connect with the whip, and gently do the stroke outwards. And then you go back to the black and kind of invite the black tone over. So now this is like super exaggerated. So that way you get a very smooth curved transition that emphasize the curve of the eyebrow, because the eye is actually in this round socket, and because he's a male you have that whip up there that's like really dramatic whip. But yeah, now I'm destroying the brown. Can you see? I just remove that brown. But I think you get the idea of using different tones. And I'm thinking like, okay, yeah, I can do that, but then the problem is size because it's so small, and that's the tiny brushwork that I'm talking about that I kind of dislike. But let's give it a try. Okay, I want to come in on this guy here. That's okay. I need a very fine line brush. Yeah, that one's better. Okay, Lisa Wang style. I'm placing the black in the crease of his eye and where his eye is ending. I'm coming in with the burnt umber. Remember the broken line in the middle of his eye? And while the paint is wet, I'm coming in with, oh man, I'm not so sure that it's gonna work. I don't like that it's so square. Let me see if I can kind of fix it. I would love for it to have like the shape of his. Okay, so let's come in with some very, very tiny lines for his closed eyelid. Okay, now do the eyebrow. Okay, for the eyebrow, I think it could be a little bit bushy, so I'm switching to a little bit bigger brush. Okay, we're talking about the fabulous one stroke whip. I would place it right here and with a whip. Oh, I'm not so sure that I like my whip. Come in with burnt umber. Finish it off. In one stroke, please. Okay, that's it. I'm not sure it worked, but we got an eye. We got an eye on the guy, and the eye got different values. Let me show that. The eyebrow is not uh, lamp black where it ends, so it's kind of falling naturally with that highlight on his head, but it's like dark in the center of his face. So I hope that kind of made sense. Yeah. Maybe his face would be more collected if I gave him a hint of a nostril right here. He's got a very big nose. But yeah, that was one eye. I think I need to go eat now. I'm really hungry. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. It was like really a different kind of stream right here to the end. So thank you guys for just sticking it out this long with me. I wish you a nice weekend. and hope to see you again on Friday. So have a nice weekend and bye bye. Oh, thank you, Amber. Yeah, bye bye. Oh, thank you, Anne. We see you out there. Yeah.